And everybody, I'd like to go and call our regular BCC meeting, June 8th, 2021, to order, and for the official time, it is 2:10. Can we get a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
Was your mic on?
I put my mic on, I said present.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Present?
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Here.
Should I mark Commissioner Garcia as excused, Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Garcia is excused.
Chair Roybal.
I'm here.
We have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. For our next agenda items, we have the item number 1C, which is the Pledge of Allegiance, 1D, which is the State Pledge. Both of those, we'll all stand together and make those pledges. And the moment of the reflection is going to be from the Purchasing Division, Mr. Bill Taylor. So if we can all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the State Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. If we could remain standing for the moment of reflection.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever so mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community. We take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Great job. Any other announcements or recognitions before we sit? Okay, thank you, guys. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next item, which is item number 1F, and this is the approval of the agenda. Are there any changes or corrections to the agenda? I know sometimes Commissioner Hansen, did you have it? We're on the agenda item. Did you have any changes to this agenda?
I completely apologize.
No worries.
I would like to move item under commissioners, matters from commissioners, item C to after the consent agenda.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and move item number C to after the consent agenda. And this is under matters of from county commissioners, and it's 9C, correct?
9C, yes, after the consent agenda.
Okay, so we're going to move that right after the consent agenda.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Manager Miller?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We posted the agenda a week ago, and then on Friday, June 4th at 4:53, we posted our amendments to the agenda. Item 2C, that packet material was updated on board docs. Then item 4L, under consent, that item was added to consent. Then item 8C, it's actually not an action item, it is just discussion, but that item was added. Then item 9C was also packet material was updated. Then under item 10, matters from the county attorney, 10A, items 2 through 4 were added for executive session. And those are all the amendments to the agenda. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Okay, so we're going to go on to Our next item, we have all the changes to our agenda. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve the agenda.
So we have a motion from Commissioner
Second.
Hughes and a second from Commissioner Hamilton, and this is with the changes to the agenda. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Doesn't it feel nice to not go through a roll call vote? Okay. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, so we're going to go on to item number 2A. And actually, I'm going to look for a motion to go into our canvassing board. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chair?
And Attorney Schaefer, do we have to leave this meeting and then have a motion to go into our canvassing board?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I believe the
right here.
appropriate motion would be to temporarily recess the Board of County Commissioners meeting and reconvene as the County Canvassing Board.
Okay, so can I get a motion, Commissioner
Yeah,
Hamilton?
Mr. Chair, I'd move that Board of County Commissioners temporarily enters a recess and reconvenes as the County Canvassing Board.
Okay, do I hear a second?
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, so we are now in our canvassing board. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Present.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Yes.
I will mark Mr. Garcia as excused. And Chair Roybal.
Present, too.
Here, thank you. So our next item on our canvassing board meeting is the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion for approval of the agenda or any changes to the agenda?
Move to approve.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton
Second.
and a second from Commissioner Hanson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. Next, we're on to our updated item, which is item number 2C. This is a request approval of the June 1st, 2021 Congressional District 1 Special Election Report of the Canvass. And from our county clerks, we have our esteemed clerk, Ms. Catherine Clark.
Hello. So we completed our election on June 1st. We were done with our results at about 8:33, and then we canvassed the next day. And these are the results for the 5 precincts in Edgewood that are in Congressional District 1. And as you can see, these are the votes tallies. We had 37% turnout, which actually is better than the overall for Congressional District 1, which was 28%. And all of the ballots that were put in the mail by voters, we actually got 100% back. So, does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Hamilton, you have a question?
I'm sorry, could you put the information back up, please? So the votes that are shown in the upper right-hand corner, are those totals?
So the total vote was 1,571 voters out of 4,271 eligible voters. And then the 65, 18, 875, 611, and 2, that's how many each candidate received in our.
Can you tell me who actually won the election, please?
So Melanie Stansbury won the election overall, but
With how many votes?
overall?
No, well, from this data shown here.
So this data, Melanie won 800. She won,
Because Because it sure
600
looks,
611 votes.
and how many, isn't that less than 875? I'm just wondering,
So Mark David Moore's actually won Santa Fe County, but overall, across the
this
Valencia,
is just our Santa Fe County
just for our
votes.
county. Is the
Just checking. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. So what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair, move to approve.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
And a second from Commissioner Hughes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We appreciate all the hard work that went into this election, and I know it was your first election, and you guys did a great job. So once again, thank you to the clerk's office for everything you do.
So I'm very proud of our staff. We actually had we posted our early vote first out of all the other counties. So we had a very efficient process on election night.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so our next business item of business on this on the canvassing board is the adjournment and reconveyance of the Board of County Commissioners. So can I get a motion, Commissioner
So
Hamilton?
moved.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton. Do I hear a second? And a second from Commissioner.
Second.
And a second from Commissioner Hanson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, so next we're going to go on to item number 3, and this is the approval of the meeting minutes. 3A is request approval of the May 11th, 2021 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes. Are there any changes, Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, there are changes, and I wish to move to approve the meeting minutes with the changes that I will give to the stenographer.
Okay, so we have a
Aaron.
motion from Commissioner Hanson with changes that she has submitted to the stenographer. Do I hear a second? We have
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Next, we're going to go on to our consent agenda. There are several items on our consent agenda that go from 4A to 4L. Are there any items on this consent agenda that any commissioners need some further information on? If not, what's the pleasure of the board?
I'll move for approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hughes and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. So our consent agenda is approved. And looking at it, I believe we need a few resolution numbers, Madam Clerk. Can we get some resolution numbers for, it looks like J?
So the resolution number I think we need is for item 4J, and that's resolution 2021-051. And I don't believe there's another item on the consent agenda.
I believe you're right, Madam Clerk. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so at the request of Commissioner Hanson, we're going to jump ahead on our agenda, and then we'll come back, and we're going to move on to item number 9C. And this is a presentation of certificates of appreciation to county staff for their outstanding coordination and execution of the county's 2021 Earth Day District Planning Event. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have mentioned before during the BCC meeting how grateful I am to the staff for all of the incredible, incredible work they did on Earth Day. But I didn't feel like that was enough. And so I really wanted to recognize all of the hard work that our staff has done to make Earth Day so incredibly successful throughout the entire county. There was just an outpouring of love for our entire county. And there was so many people to thank, and that is why I wanted to do these certificates, especially after the long year of us all being locked down in the pandemic and not being able to gather together. And then on Earth Day, being able to gather safely, and people still wore masks, and they were very respectful of one another, but they worked incredibly hard, and staff worked incredibly hard throughout the whole process of each week before, making sure the holes were dug for the plants and making sure that everyone had all the tools that they needed, making sure that there was compost and there for all the plants. There was like nothing was forgotten, and it was just a great way for us to be able to come out of COVID and to really live up to the resolution that we passed in 2020 and the proclamation that we passed in 2021, recognizing Earth Day. As someone who has believed in Earth Day from the day it began to this day, today, and I know something that I will work for the rest of my life to stop the effects of fossil fuel that is being subjected to our planet, that we all need to care and love our planet. And this was a real outpouring of that kind of love. And, not only did we dig the holes, they determined the best location. We chose pollinator-friendly plants and drought-tolerant trees that are like so important for as we move forward under this climate disruption that we're facing. The procurement department, and they're working with us, coordinating the volunteers in each of the groups, creating an online volunteer registration portal, hand tools and supplies. There was identifying exactly where each plant and tree and seed would be planted, managed the volunteer registration table and directed volunteers watered each plant with our portable water tank, which is still happening. And I want to recognize also the Santa Fe Watershed Association, who is also helping to water, and then Daniel, who captured the spirit of the event with videos and photographs, and undoubtedly the many, many more behind the scenes. So to start with, I want to recognize and give a really big shout out to Jacqueline Beam, our sustainability manager, who we award this certificate of appreciation in recognition of your outstanding organization of the county's 2021 Earth Day planning event. Under your leadership, 150 volunteers planted 350 drought-tolerant and pollinator-friendly trees and plants in key locations in each district. These events exceeded the board's expectation and warmed our collective hearts. And then there was Ernie Tapia, the maintenance foreman, Carrie Olson, project manager number 3, Adeline Murphy, sustainability specialist, David Padilla, facilities, and maintenance manager Celeste Sanchez, production controller, PJ Montano, facilities and project division director, Gabriel Trujillo, operations manager, PJ Riego, ASD director, Les Francisco, solid waste superintendent, Shane Martinez, maintenance and technical lead, Frankie Baca, maintenance and technician, Cedro Griego, maintenance technician, Reyes Lujan, maintenance technician, Yvette Lovato, maintenance technician, Christopher Padilla, maintenance technician, Gary Harone, our public works director, thank you so much. Under the finance department, there was Yvonne Herrera, our finance division director, Adrian Vigil, procurement specialist, Regina Mascarenas, budget analyst, Daniel Frescus, media consultant, Ambra Baca, constituent services liaison, Sarah Smith, constituent service liaison, Tina Salazar, constituent service liaison, and Olivia Romo, constituent service liaison. Well done to our incredible and dedicated county team. Yay! And so if anyone in the audience would, that of our staff who would like to say a few words, I'd like to let you have the opportunity. Jacqueline. You can pull your mask down to talk.
Thank you, sorry. And yet, I really feel like the restoration theme also was happening amongst us as human beings. Even though we were giving back to the earth, it felt like we were all knitting together as a community after such a rough year. And that was really beautiful. We can go back and visit our trees and see our plants, but that ephemeral kind of network and thread of community is, it's just, it passes very quickly. So we have to keep continuing to do that more and more, I think. And I want to bring forward Epi Tapia and Adeline Murphy. Both of these folks were like the eyes in the back of my head. And when you said nothing was forgotten, it's because they usually remembered the things that I forgot. And I want to give them a special thank you for everything. And Epi did get a little upset with me once for bringing Starbucks when I was late and not bringing him a Starbucks. But otherwise, I think we all made it through. So if you have anything to say for your crew, especially, and Adeline. And Adeline was the project lead for Edgewood and El Dorado also. So I just want to give her accolades.
Thanks. Thank you, Jacqueline, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. To reiterate on what Jacqueline said, I do feel like I grew closer to my colleagues during this event, so it did bring us together. And also, I really want to thank the community volunteers who made this happen. It couldn't have been possible without them, and especially to those who are continuing to care for the plants to ensure that they thrive for years to come.
Thank you, everyone. I really don't know what to say. That was a team effort under the guidance and leadership of Jacqueline and Adeline. We collaborated together to make this possible. It wouldn't have been possible without everyone in the community, everyone in open space, and every department that helped with the POs and getting everything together. Just thank you.
Thank you. So I'm in the process of signing all of the certificates, and then I'm going to give them to the chair to sign, and we will then hopefully before Jacqueline and Adeline leave the building, we can get, and Gary, we can give them the certificates so they can hand them out to everyone. I know that it's just a piece of paper, but in that piece of paper, I believe is all of our collective hearts of how grateful we are to all of you, and I certainly am incredibly grateful that, when I first brought this up with the manager and we talked about it, she also was very enthusiastic about it, and so even though she didn't get a certificate, I still want to recognize her for her part in this. Because without the county manager, we would not have been able to do this all. So I want to just make sure that we fill the whole circle. And then if any of my other commissioners would like to say anything, I would be honored.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. I'll go to Commissioner Hughes.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think I could have said it any better than Commissioner Hanson, so I just echo everything she said, but I was so impressed with the teamwork at the District 5 event. Everybody was there on time and everything went so smoothly. And it was clear that everybody was committed to the cause and enjoyed what they were doing and was glad to be there. So, or you were faking it very well. But thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you. Agreed. It's not that there's more to be said, but it was truly a delightful event with respect to bringing all of us together and the community out. And my gosh, people really enjoyed that aspect of it, and that was augmented by it being a really heartfelt and important, useful thing to do. And I think everybody appreciated that as well, to have a really good event to come out for and to see each other. So yes, thank you and congratulations on everybody doing such an outstanding job on this little event.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton, and I couldn't agree more. Kathleen, Epi, Adeline, and I hope I pronounced that correctly, but it was just such a great event, and I would like to see us be able to expand on this event yearly and make it even better every year. I mean, it was a great event, and I don't even know if it could be much better, but just keeping that process alive where we have that yearly. I mean, I just really want to reiterate once again to everybody, great job. We appreciated it. I know that it was great to see my constituents out there. I think next we got to have a tree trimming or whatever, and maintenance and have it quarterly. It'd be great to have something more often. But I mean, it was a great time to be able to celebrate Earth Day, and everybody did such a great job. Kathleen was out there, and Ambra, my liaison, and we had multiple elected officials come out, and it was really great. We had our county clerk come out, and we had our representative Tara Lujan and Senator Ben Ray Lujan, and I believe there was a couple other elected officials that came to the event, and it's just something that really brings elected officials, community members, and really shows that we care for our community. So thank you all for everything that you've done. Thanks again, Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it was a really great event to have a lot of other elected officials, and especially that our federal delegation got an opportunity to come and work in the community. I had the honor of having Representative Teresa Ledger Fernandez come, and she was so happy to plant her own cottonwood tree and to also be able to see the work that we are doing in Agua Fria Village with Reunity Resources, and see all the great agricultural aspects that we are working on. And I totally feel that the Earth Day is just another extension of that, of beautifying Santa Fe County. So once again, thank you, everybody. Thank you to the county staff who are incredible, and I am grateful to be part of this team. So thank you very, very much.
I think these are the kind of events that really bring community, the county, and everybody else closer together. So I think this is going to be something that's going to be very powerful in the future. And I think that, I just once again want to reiterate the thanks to staff. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next agenda item. And we're going to go backwards, and we've jumped forwards. We're going to go back now, and we're going to go on to item number 5, and this is appointments and reappointments. 5A is a reappointment of Richard L.C. Virtue as hearing officer Pursuant to the section 3.5.3 of the Santa Fe County Sustainability Land Development Code for a term beginning on June 8th, 2021 and ending on May 31st, 2022. And from the Growth Management Department, we have Ms. Vicky Lucero. Is that correct? No, Ms. Penny Ellis Green. I should have looked
Mr. Chair,
up first.
Commissioners, sorry, Vicky is not available today, so I'll go ahead and take this. The SLDC gives the BCC authority to appoint a hearing officer for a definite term not to exceed 4 years.
Penny, can you turn your microphone on? Is it on? I think it was on.
I think it was
Actually,
on.
it's green. Okay, thank you.
Is that on? Okay. The SLDC gives the BCC authority to appoint a hearing officer for a term not to exceed 4 years, may reappoint at the conclusion of any term. Richard Virtue has served as the hearing officer since July 1st, 2018, and his 3rd term ends today. A 4th amendment to his contract has been approved, which will extend the contract for additional year, beginning June 8th and extended to June 8th, 2022. As the hearing officer meeting for June of 2022 will be after the contract expires, Mr. Virtue's term would end at the end of May of 2022. So staff recommends the reappointment of Attorney Richard Virtue to serve as hearing officer from June 8th, 2021 to May 31st, 2022. And at the end of that term, he will have served his full 4 consecutive terms, and the purchasing division would undertake a procurement process for a new hearing officer. And thank you. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Ms. Green, are there any questions from staff? And if not, what's the pleasure of the board? Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I have a question that's just about the term limits. It looks to me like since the hearing officer can be reappointed after the conclusion of any term, that he could be appointed again next year. Is that right?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, I understand there will need to be another procurement because the contract, the procurement that he's got a contract under would expire at the end of 4 years. And I'm not sure if he would be able to reapply, but I can get you the answer to that question.
Okay, it just looks like he'd be able to reapply, reading the part of the SLDC here. So I thought we should clear that up sometime before next year.
We will do. We'll let him know if he is eligible to be able to apply for the procurement.
Okay, thank you. That was my question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Any other questions or comments? No? Not seeing any. What's the pleasure of the board?
I move to approve.
We have a motion from Commissioner
Second.
Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you and congratulations. Okay, next we're going to move on to item number 5B. And this is a resolution appointing 4 members to the County of Registration. And from the County Clerk's Office, we have Miss Catherine Clark.
You want me to go up to the podium?
No, you're fine. there.
Okay, I want to make sure. Mr. Chair, so we, as part of the statute, need to appoint a board of registration. The terms are set in statute, so they go from the odd number year, July 1st, and then cycle 2 terms until June 30th of the next odd number year. And the Board of Registration is responsible for what we call the purge, and that's essentially voters that have been identified over the last 2 election cycles who have been sent a postcard, who have not voted in the previous 2 elections, have not responded to any mailings, that have been identified as likely inactive or have moved out of the county. And then a bipartisan Board of Registration selects those voters to remove from the voter roll. And we are asking the commission to appoint 4 members that are a balanced composition by party to the Board of Registration. Do you have any questions?
Okay, do we have any questions? Commissioner Hanson?
So I'm wondering on the nomination, I seem to remember from the last time that we did this that we are to nominate the first two people on the list because that is who the party has recommended.
So we do ask the parties to rank, but I actually think it's actually up to the commission as long as it's party balanced who to appoint. But that is the designated preference order of who they would like appointed representing their party. That the law has changed so that we don't actually need, so essentially when we're recruiting for the Board of Registration, we sent out press releases, we asked the commissioners to send out information, and it's not necessarily driven by party anymore. It just happened to be that way, that the parties themselves sent lists of people that they would like appointed. But the statute has shifted in that we don't necessarily have to ask the parties. We ask the wide world to send in nominations, and as long as it's party balanced, we're not required necessarily to follow the dictates of the party. It is simply what they've indicated as their preference order. Commissioner Hanson, Mr. Chair.
And is there any alternates?
So we have no alternates. We got some nibbles in our press releases, sending it out to the public. And while people did express interest, no one went through the self-nomination process and completed it.
Come again.
So we actually spoke to the Libertarian Party. We sent notices to the Working Families Party. We reached out to the Green Party. And several people who had seen the press releases in the paper, who had gotten notices from the other commissioners on their newsletter, expressed interest in the Board of Registration, but no one actually sent in a letter of interest. So if a fifth person who is not a Democrat and not a Republican sends in interest, we can still appoint them at a later time to make the fifth. But right now we only have 4 seats based on trying to make party balance between the Democrats and the Republicans. Commissioner Hanson.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Hanson. Any other questions on the board? No? Okay. Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board on this resolution?
I'll make a nomination we're nominating 4 people, correct?
Yes.
2 each from each party, yes.
Pardon?
2 each from each party, Commissioner Hanson, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, so Democratic Party, Clifford Reese and Marcia Mikulak. And Republican Party, Gregory Baker and Judith Nover.
Nowers, I believe she pronounces her name.
I'll second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, so we're done with the items that we had under agenda item 5. We're going to go to agenda item 6, and these are miscellaneous action items. The first one is 6A, a resolution to commit Santa Fe County fiscal year 2021 fund balance. And from the Finance Division, who are we going to have from the Finance? Is Yvonne here? Yeah?
Yes,
Okay.
Chair
just making
Roybal.
sure, I didn't see you in the front. Okay, so
Sorry.
from the Finance Division, we have Ms. Yvonne Herrera. Thank you.
Chair Roybal, Commissioners, this is the annual resolution that we request the board to approve in terms of setting aside funds for reserves identified in the Santa Fe County Fund Balance Reserve and Budget Contingencies Policy. The policy was approved through Resolution 2019-7. It states funds shall be set aside as a committed fund balance by passage of a resolution or ordinance. Within the policy, it establishes that minimum reserves shall be maintained in the general fund, special revenue funds, which support ongoing operations, enterprise funds, and internal service funds. The minimum reserve requirements for the general fund consist of four separate items. The first one is the contingency reserve, which is equal to 10% of the general fund operating budget of the succeeding fiscal year, which is fiscal year 22. Then we have the disaster recovery reserve, which is equal to 10 to 15% of the unrestricted fund balance from the prior fiscal year's financial statements, as well as the uninsured loss reserve, which is equal to 5 to 10% of the prior year fund balance, unreserved fund balance. And then finally, we have the major infrastructure repair and replacement reserve equal to 10 to 15%, again, of last year's unrestricted fund balance. In addition to the general fund reserves, the policy also requires that a minimum reserve of 25% within the corrections operations, fire operations, and emergency communications operations fund of the current fiscal year's operating budget. And the reason for the 25% for these specific funds is due to the support that they receive from gross receipts tax revenue. For all other special revenue funds, the policy requires that we maintain a minimum reserve of 10% of the current fiscal year's operating budget. And then we have our enterprise funds. Our utilities enterprise fund requires that we reserve 50% of the current year's operating budget, and all other enterprise funds require just a 10%. And then finally, we have our internal service fund, self-insurance fund, which shall maintain 20 to 35% of the current fiscal year's operating budget. For those reserve requirements that identify a percentage range of unrestricted fund balance, the recommended percentage to be committed is unchanged from the previous year's commitment level. The total reserve for fiscal year 21 is $61,400,701. And with that, Chair, I stand for any questions, or Sid, or whatever happens to be.
Sounds good, Yvonne. We appreciate that. Do we have questions from the board? No? So she's going to stand for questions. No questions? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve this.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Hanson. Under discussion, Commissioner
Yeah,
Hanson?
I just wanted to say, Yvonne, it's nice to see you in your office. And thank you for the detailed report.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. I couldn't agree more. I'm glad to see quite a bit more normalcy after the pandemic, and hopefully it keeps going in this great direction. If there's no other comments from commissioners, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Madam Clerk, can we get a resolution number for this item?
Yes, the resolution number is 2021-053, and I was remiss and did not mention that the resolution for the Board of Registration was 2021-052.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we're going to go on to item, we're moving on to item number 6, and this is miscellaneous action items. The first one is 6A, and this is a resolution to commit Santa Fe County fiscal year 2021 fund balance. Oop, we just went over that, I'm sorry. 52 and 53, sorry. Okay, so we're going to go on to item number 6B, a resolution approving a budget increase to transfer from the General Fund 101 and the Correctional Gross Receipts Tax Fund 219 to the Corrections Operations Fund 247 for a total amount of $2 million. From the Finance Division, we have Ms. Yvonne Herrera once again.
Chair Roybal, Commissioners, this resolution, we are requesting to transfer an additional $1 million from the general fund and $1 million from the Corrections Gross Receipts Tax Fund to the Corrections Operations Fund to meet the minimum reserve requirements of 25% of the current year's operating budget in accordance with the Santa Fe County policy, which we just discussed. The policy requires that we have a 25% reserve. The current year's operating budget for the corrections fund is $24,459,672, resulting in a minimum reserve requirement amount of $6,114,918. The 2021 estimated fund balance for the Corrections Operations Fund is $8,867,671, of which $2,752,753 is estimated to be restricted by external providers, grantors, and other governments' constitutionality or other legislation. Based on the Finance Division's projection of fiscal year 2021's ending fund balance, the Corrections Operations Fund has insufficient fund balance to meet the minimum reserve requirement by $1,918,688, and is unable to remain in compliance with the policy without the additional transfer of $2 million. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Director Herrera. Do we have any questions from the commission? Okay, seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
I'll move for approval.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hughes,
And
second from Commissioner Hanson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
I,
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Director Herrera. Can we get a resolution number for that item, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the resolution number is 2021-054.
2021-054. Okay, next we're going to go on to item number 6C, and this is a resolution approving budget increase to transfer from the general fund to the self-insurance fund for a total amount of $600,000. And once again, we have our Finance Division Director, Ms. Yvonne Herrera.
Chair Roybal, Commissioners, we have a second fund that needs additional monies transferred in order for it to meet the minimum reserve requirement of 20% of the current year's operating budget based upon the county's fund balance reserve and budget contingencies policy. The policy requires that we have a 20 to 35% reserve of the current fiscal year's operating budget for the self-insurance fund. The operating budget is $10,867,244, which results in a minimum reserve of $2,173,449. The estimated fund balance for the self-insurance fund is $413,255. Based upon our projections for fiscal year 21, the minimum reserve requirement is insufficient by $1,760,194, and again is unable to remain in compliance with the policy without the additional funds. The one difference with the self-insurance fund is the policy allows the reserve to be replenished over a period of 3 fiscal years. So we've split up the 1.7 million into a $600,000 for this fiscal year. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Director Herrera. Do we have any questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Chair,
move to approve.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hanson,
second.
second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Okay, so can we get a resolution number for that one, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the resolution number is 2021-055.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, we're going to go on to item number 6D, and this is a resolution requesting a budget increase to the General Fund 101 in the amount of $4,300 for Senior Services Program. And from the Finance Division, once again, we have Ms. Yvonne Herrera, and then from the Community Service Department, if we have additional questions, Ms. Anna War.
Chair, Commissioners, the county received a one-time special appropriation from the North Central New Mexico Economic Development District of the Non-Metro Area Agency on Aging in the amount of $4,300 for the senior services to purchase equipment and supplies. The program program receives funding for direct purchases of services for congregate meals, home delivered meals, and transportation from the North Central New Mexico Economic Development District. The division plans to purchase hot bags and pads to keep meals at a proper temperature for those meals that are not delivered in a hot shot vehicle, in addition to laptop computers. And with that, Director Ward and myself stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Yvonne. Any questions from the board? If not, what's the pleasure of the board?
I'll move for approval.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hughes. Do I
Second.
hear a second? And a second from Commissioner Hanson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, Madam Clerk, can we get a resolution number for that one?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the resolution number is 2021-056.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go on to item number 6E. And this is, first of all, an approval of an amendment number 6 to agreement number 2018-077 ITIC between Santa Fe County and Superior LLC, extending the term to June 30th, 2022, and increasing the compensation by $161,573.24 for a total contract sum of $824,718.83, exclusive of New Mexico GRT, and second, the delegation signature authority to the county manager to sign the purchase order. And from the purchasing division, we have Mr. Bill Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment number 6 with Superior, this is the support services contract with Central Square for all the support modules, treasurer's office, finance, everything. What they're doing, the contract expires not until October of this year, but they want to consolidate all those support services and put that to a June 30th, 2022 term date. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Okay, do we have any questions from the board? Seems pretty straightforward. Hearing no questions, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton,
Second.
a second from Commissioner Hanson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to go on to item number 6F. And first, it's the approval of amendment number 6 to agreement number 2019-0053-CSD CW between Santa Fe County and Fire Stick Studio, increasing the amount of compensation an additional $113,530 for a total contract sum of $616,016, inclusive of New Mexico GRT, and extending the term an additional year. Secondly, giving the delegation of signature authority to the county manager to sign the purchase order. And once again, from the purchasing division, we have Mr. Bill Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and with that, I'll stand for questions. I'm just
Thank you.
kidding. No, I
I was gonna
apologize.
say,
That was a
thank you. That
long
was pretty
caption.
brief, but
I think
guess
that
it-
explained everything. But
It's
this
not
is
that
the
long.
contract for the DWI awareness campaign, and we're asking to amend it to extend it another term and add money to the contract with Fire Stick.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Hanson.
Is it for anything else besides DWI? Will there be any other items, or is just, okay?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hanson, this is specifically to the DWI program for CSD with Fire Stick. We have done some other campaign publications with Fire Stick, but this is specific to the original agreement
Okay.
for the public awareness campaign for DWI.
Is there I know this is a little specific, but is there a car wrap involved in any of this?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, I believe they do bus wraps and other items. They work with the department and see what is available for the price that we're paying them in the compensation.
So
It
maybe,
would all cover.
maybe during the Fiesta Parade, we can have one of our cars in the hysterical parade as a reminder to people about the importance of DWI.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, I'll bring that up to the department to discuss that with the vendor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And
Certainly.
with that, I'll move to approve.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay, so this motion, this item passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next item that we have is item number 6G. And this one is, first of all, an approval of amendment number 1 to agreement number 2020-0186 CSD CW between Santa Fe County and Santa Fe Recovery Center, extending the term of the agreement for an additional 1 year and increasing the compensation by $300,000 for a total contract sum of $600,000, inclusive of the New Mexico GRT. And secondly, delegating the signature authority to the county manager to sign the purchase order. Once again, we have on stage Mr. Bill Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This contract is for the services agreement, as you stated, with New Mexico Recovery Center to be provided at the 2052 Galisteo, the county facility there on Galisteo Street, to provide those services. And we're extending the term for another year and adding compensation. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Any questions, Commissioner Hamilton? I'll go to
No
you.
questions, so I'll just move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Hughes. Under discussion, Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Taylor and Ms. O'Connor. Does this include the mobile crisis center or not?
No,
This is
Mr.
just
Chair and Commissioner, the other, New Mexico Solutions will provide the crisis
the mobile crisis.
response, mobile crisis. They're going to be in the other half of the facility.
Yeah, okay,
This is with Santa Fe Recovery Center.
okay, so this is just on the living room
Correct.
model side. Okay, thank you, that's all I had.
It's I'm sorry, it's the detoxification center at Galisteo
Right.
that Santa Fe Recovery provides.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question, Commissioner Hanson. So we do have a motion and a second. Anything else under discussion? No? Okay, so all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to go on to item number 6H, and this is a resolution requesting a budget increase to the Utilities Water Enterprise Fund 505 in the amount of $185,318 dollars and no cents, or no change, I should say. And from the Finance Division, we have Director Herrera.
Chair Rebel Commissioners, this is our last resolution today. The budget increase is related to a declaration of emergency in Cañoncito, New Mexico at Apache Canyon Mutual Water Association. On May 12, 2021, the Utilities Division submitted a request for declaration of emergency procurement due to the diminishing water supply for the 250 residents of the Water Association. Due to the extended drought conditions in the state, the water supply was not being replenished. As of May 5th, the community has been without water. The Utilities Division contacted vendors to evaluate the situation and determined that the resolution is to supply the water from the El Dorado Area Water and Sanitation District and to connect to a portion of the newly constructed permanent Cañoncito El Dorado water line that will supply the water to Cañoncito. The cost of the work will be $185,318. And with that, Director Dupuy and myself stand for any questions.
Thank you, Director Herrera. Are there any questions from the commission? Okay, Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wondered if you could let me know when that work is expected to be completed, because I know the people in Cañoncito are pretty much out of water at the moment, except for trucked-in water or something like that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, the water line that's the temporary line is expected to be put into place and used once it's safely tested during this week. So by the end of the week, we should have water flowing into the Cañoncito system.
Okay, thank you. And are we approving the budget for that temporary line or for the permanent line?
That's for the temporary line,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Okay. Well, I just want to thank you for the hard work and making sure that this all worked out. And, seems like a good solution for a bad situation. Thank you. And I'll move for approval.
So we have a motion
Second.
from Commissioner Hughes and a second from Commissioner Hamilton under discussion. Commissioner Hanson?
I want to thank John so much for, and his staff for moving this forward so quickly, and the county manager, because people are clearly suffering out there. And so I think it's really important, and so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. I couldn't agree more. I mean, providing these the necessities that our constituents need is something that needs to always be in the forefront. And so I'm really proud of the fact that we took care of this and that we are moving forward. So thank you guys for your hard work. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk, can we get a resolution number?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the resolution number is 2021-057.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next on our agenda is actually the matters of public concern. Are there anybody from the public that would like to address the commission? And Tessa, can you also tell me if anybody has signed up?
Mr. Chair, no one has signed up for public comment thus far.
Okay, and if you're a call-in constituent or a somebody participating on WebEx, if you can unmute yourself, and if you're a calling constituent, you would hit pound or *6 to unmute yourself, and if you could state your name for the record, if there's anybody from the public.
Mr. Chair, the only calling user is county staff.
Okay. Mr. Scott, if you would like to address the commission, if you can unmute yourself. If not, if you're just here to watch the BCC meeting, that's fine.
I'm sorry, it's a county staff call-in.
I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're saying. I'm not sure.
I think she's saying just county staff.
Oh, just county staff is calling in. Okay, got you. Okay, so there's not everybody here from the public to address the commission. I'm going to go ahead and close item number 7, which is matters of public concern, and go on to item number 8, matters from the county manager. 8A is the COVID-19 update. 8B is miscellaneous updates. Manager Miller?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I will start with the updates on our COVID-related, and actually some of these will probably I'll just combine our COVID and miscellaneous updates. First of all New Mexico counties are currently in the turquoise zone, and current statistics for Santa Fe County indicate a significantly higher vaccination rate than other New Mexico counties. The percent of residents in Santa Fe County that are partially vaccinated is 74.5%, and that's compared to The state percentage of residents that are partially vaccinated is 54.8%. And then our percent of residents that are fully vaccinated is 64.1% compared to the rest of the state at 48%. Also, as you know, we've continued to do public awareness campaigns, and we've changed those campaigns as we've progressed through the pandemic. Our major focus on our public awareness campaigns is continuing to encourage people to get vaccinated and educate them about the vaccinations. We also we've been doing these kind of 10 to 15 second PSAs that we're putting on social media, and the CEO of Christus, Lillian Montoya, actually did one for us last week. And then we also just received an award. This is kind of a unique award. It is, so we did PSAs about wearing masks. That was another section of our public service announcements and our outreach, and it's called the SOVOS Award, which is the Society of Voice, Arts, and Sciences. So it's voiceover awards, but one of our we provided an English COVID-19 PSA announcement to Kay Suave, then Kay Suave turned it into a Spanish, they translated it to a Spanish PSA, and then they produced it free of charge, and that actually received the Best Spanish Voiceover Award with the Society of Voice, Arts, and Sciences, which you might think, big deal, but apparently it is a big deal, as I found out from Esteban at Quesuave. He said it's a very prestigious award, and that like James Earl Jones has received it before, Rosario Dawson, Van Jones, and others are past winners. And so Quesuave was very excited about sharing that information, and we're really proud of the work that they did. They did a really great translation of it, and it won an award, so it's a national award. So that's what's been happening with our public awareness campaigns. Also, our seniors, we're working with the state to reopen our senior centers. We are waiting on them for some information on putting that plan together. We can't open our centers until we have better direction from the state as to what they consider acceptable. Also, we've had several more individuals sign up for our Connects program. To date, we have 3,377 self-initiated assistance requests that have been submitted through our Connect hub, and we have delivered to date 26,314 grocery boxes. Over 6,000 have been delivered to homebound individuals. And then our health care assistance program navigators assisted 15 new individuals this week and followed up with 36 others. As you know, our mask policy as the state, CDC, has changed guidelines around the mask, need for masks. So has the state, and so has the city. We updated our mask policy that if, as an employee, you are vaccinated and bring your vaccination card to our HR, or proof of your vaccination to our HR office, that you do not have to wear a mask. However, you can choose to still wear a mask if you want to. Also, we have updated our policy relative to the public who enter the building, that if they provide, they're still screened as they enter our downtown buildings, but if they provide proof of vaccination, they also do not need to wear a mask. If they don't have that, we do require individuals who don't have proof of vaccination or have not been able to get vaccinated, we do require them to wear a mask and socially distance. And then also our crisis center, we've been providing kind of some videos and some updates as that's been moving forward. It looks like with the approval of the lease this evening or this afternoon, that the recovery center side of the facility will be opening up as immediately as possible. So this Friday, we were going to do at 10:30 in the morning a ribbon cutting kickoff, because once they open, we will not be able to go into that side of the center, and they would really like to get started right away. So at 10:30 on Friday morning, we will be doing a kickoff and a ribbon cutting at the La Sala Crisis Center. So you'll be able to go in and see the recovery center side before they start taking residents in. And also, although the crisis center side is not occupied yet, we're still working with New Mexico Solutions on that, but you'll be able to go over into that side and walk through the facility and see that side. So that is at 2052 Galisteo at 10:30 on Friday morning, and thank you, Commissioner Hamilton, for helping us kick that off. Then, let's see. Also, we have return to work policies we're working on. So we're not doing a hard, fast, everybody come back to work. As I've discussed with you, we do want to take advantage of the fact that we have used a hybrid process over the course of the pandemic, but we also want to start bringing employees who have been working solely from home back into the office. We're going to start with this month. We'll be doing the planning as to how that works. As you know, when everybody went home, some people took their desktops and everything and have been working solely from home. Some people have worked with laptops, but this month we will be having each office work on the plans for individuals to start returning to the office. We also will be increasing the hours of service at the main buildings, and we're still doing our services at the 100 Catron by appointment, but we'll be working on getting that building more open to the public as we bring people back. Then in July, employees will be back in the office at least 2 days a week, and in August, 5 days of pay period. And during that course of time, we'll be working with the union at looking at what a hybrid work schedule might look like. We do want to take advantage of the fact that that has some positive benefits to it for our environment, for our employees not having to commute, and so but we need to work on a policy with the union in order to put that in place on a permanent basis. But I did want to let the board know we have sent out a notice that staff will be, those staff that have not been working in the office will be returning to the office on a gradual basis over the summer. And I think that is all of those miscellaneous and COVID-related updates. So I stand for questions on that before we go to the budget discussion.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. Are there any questions relative to the items that Manager Miller has covered? Okay, hearing none, thank you for that update, Manager Miller. And if we could go to the budget, and once again, this is a discussion item and not an action item.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to wait for them to bring up the presentation on the PowerPoint. There it is. If we could go to the first slide, please, or next slide. So just a reminder, we have approved the interim budget, And our budget process does work in tandem with our strategic plan that has the 4 population goals of a proficient, transparent, and accountable government, supporting a healthy community, promoting a sustainable community, and providing a safe community. Next slide, please. Just a quick overview of what we did have approved by the BCC and submitted to DFA by our required deadline of June 1st is a FY 2022 interim budget. Our budgeted revenue total at that time was $352,609,167. Next slide. And our expenditures balanced with that, obviously using cash in order to make the difference, but we believe that our budget was done very conservatively in budgeting cash for one-time expenditures, not for our recurring needs. Next slide. So what have we done since then? Pretty much we're constantly working on the budget from pretty much January on, having departments submit their budget requests, then going through our budget hearings, and then doing our budget study sessions with the board and getting the interim budget approved. But it's never our final budget. We are required to turn that interim budget in, but as we get closer to the end of the year, there are things that continue to come forward that we need to roll into our final budget. And just a reminder for the board, we also, once we turn in or start our new fiscal year, July 1, we can't do any budget adjustments to our budget until DFA has approved our final budget and allowed us to do so. And that requires us to finish our year-end, our fourth quarter report for the year, have our estimated cash balances. It doesn't have to be audited, but we do have to finish close our year-end and have our estimated cash balances for the state, and all of that happens as we get closer to June 30th and then immediately after that. But meanwhile, there are things that continue to happen that we know we need to add to the final budget, or that we try to add to the final budget so that it's available July 1. So some of these items have already come forward, and that are some additional grants that we have received. These could be capital grants or operating grants that we receive on a regular basis, or new grants of $851,000. Some utility enterprise charges for services as an increased revenue, $110,000. Capital outlay gross receipts tax, $260,000. This is budgeting money that the board approved moving from Vista Aurora over to the Agua Fria sewer project. This money will be put towards buying the Vector truck we had discussed to help work that project out with the city and get those sewer lines installed. Then also some small estimates and changes in our general fund revenues of $142,353. Fire excise tax, there were some requests from the fire department, and this is our quarter-cent fire excise tax. This would be budgeting some of the cash for equipment for our volunteer fire departments, $295,000. Our joint powers agreement, this is actually our agreement with Glorietta for the CDBG. You approved it and budgeted it, but we want to make sure we roll that into next year. So we did bring it into this year, but now we need to make sure it gets budgeted into next year. And rather than waiting all the way till September, we wanted to make sure we moved that right into the final budget so it's available July 1. And budgeted cash. We also have budgeted cash for capital requests that were not purchased this year, and the departments have requested that they can carry that forward. And also, we are continually, each time we pay an invoice on our, each time we pay an invoice on a project, or we finish a project and have funds that are rolling, we're constantly changing that estimated budget for the next year. So we've paid another batch of invoices, and we're looking at reconciling those and getting as much of it cleaned up before the final budget. You'll see in probably September and October additional large we call them carry forward changes as all the capital budgets. It's unfortunate we can't just do a multi-year budget. We have to actually end and then rebudget. So those are the changes so far that we estimate to the final budget from the interim budget. So it goes from $352,609,167 to $356,332,296. Next slide, please. Then so that's the revenue side. These are the expenditure side of those things. The 61,000 in grant expenditures, 100,000 that would come from utilities, enterprise fund to transfer for general fund support of the utilities. That's things like legal and finance and purchasing support, and a fee to the utilities enterprise fund to help support the services that our internal services give to the utility. Also, the capital project cleanup, that's the flip side, the expenditure side, that's predominantly Glorietta, and then some of the other additional fixed asset requests in fire of $717,974. The and then also some of the departments have been purchasing some things that they have funding left over for this year. So we reduced those requests by $11,621 next year, but then there were also the roll forward of some fixed assets that didn't get purchased and are not on a purchase order of $146,000, but the budget was currently in this year. And then some smaller additional department requests of $41,000. And then you can see that right now that would have an adjusted final expenditure budget that also balances with the estimated revenues of $356,332,926. Next slide, please. This is just to give you the detail of the carry forward, what we changed on capital projects. I don't expect that you would want to go through all that. I just wanted to make sure it was available to you. So if you wondered, we didn't move any money from one project to another. This is merely the up and down amounts that happen when we've paid bills or need to move more money forward into the next year because we didn't spend as much as we had anticipated when we did the interim budget. So that's what these slides are for. Next slide, please. And that's another one of the new funding requests. As we get grants or any funding, you can see that we have added some of those and moved them into the final budget. Next slide. Then the big $29,200,000 question is, what do we want to do with the American Rescue Plan Act funds, or the ARPA funds? And just a real quick reminder, this was signed into law March 11th. We did turn in our request to draw down those funds. We get 50% within 60 days. We should, if we haven't received it, we should be getting it probably later this week. And that's for half of it. All of the funds may be used through 12/31/2024. And our allocation, we believe we will get that amount we just got, but we're not budgeting what we get this year because we really don't have time to expend anything. That is, our purchasing is actually winding down for the fiscal year. So we estimate we will get one in 2021. And then it said the other 50% no sooner than 12 months later. So my guess is it would probably be more like July to September time frame of 2022 or fiscal year 2023. And then, and so one of the things we thought of is that we would budget 50%, that 50% that we draw down, the 29 of the 29.2 million, we go ahead and budget half of it in fiscal year 22 since we're receiving it, and then look at where we are next spring and reallocate as needed. And we're thinking more along the line of buckets as opposed to very specifics at the moment to get it in place for the final budget. Next slide, please. So at the last BCC meeting, and I presented these slides, but I didn't have a dollar amount next to them. And this is all for discussion and for the board today, and if you want to give me feedback if you think maybe we didn't cover something. But I took the same buckets that we discussed the last time, and I tried to just say, of the $29.2 million, if we took it and spread it out over these different areas, that this would be a way we could allocate it and then see where we are, you know, a quarter way through the year, 6 months through the year, and then also next spring as we develop the 2023 budget. But we thought $1.5 million to economic development initiatives. Doesn't mean this has to go to any of those particular things, but these are the type of things that were indicated in the ARPA guidelines that we could spend it on. Next slide, please. Then infrastructure, that was an area that I heard the board really interested in allocating some of these funds. The three areas that they said we could use the ARPA funds were in broadband and communications type infrastructure. We have to clearly, before we would spend any, we have to make sure that we, if we're going to use it and draw it down for these things, that they are qualifying projects. But they indicated through the guidelines that water infrastructure, wastewater infrastructure, broadband or communications type infrastructure would be allowable. One of the things I just want to caution on, what they have also indicated, and I had Anjali do a little more research, and she got on it right away, read more about the drinking water revolving fund. We don't typically apply for funds through these programs because they're loan programs, and usually if we do borrowing of any type, we do general obligation bonds or revenue bonds for our water and wastewater infrastructure. But we would just need to make sure that we're not doing it for water infrastructure expansion, but rather more provision for clean drinking water or safe drinking water, same with wastewater. So these were some ideas, but we thought we could allocate about $8 million of the $29 million at this point to infrastructure. And as I said, we would only budget half of that, or $4 million next year. And I would also, by just putting it in the bucket, we're not saying what projects. We would bring that back to the board as to what specific projects you'd want to budget it towards. Next slide. Then about $2 million for affordable housing and shelter assistance. This could assist with another shelter initiative similar to what we did in Espanola. Also, Joseph had indicated possibly this could kickstart a comprehensive rehab program for, you know, right now all we do is happy roofs, but maybe there is something that we could do in affordable housing. It also could be used for our housing development at Camina Jacobo, because that's an eligible type of project. Then Connect, $3 million, and this would be our regular Connect program, but also the board had indicated and requested, could we do the Families Independence Initiative? So Rachel has met with Kira at the city and Somos Pueblos Unidos. And so out of this 3 million bucket, we could allocate some to that particular initiative as well as other Connect needs. Then specifically in the ARPA guidelines, there's indication that behavioral health and mobile crisis is an area that they would strongly support expenditures. So this would provide additional funding for the mobile crisis and crisis triage facilities for behavioral health issues related to the pandemic, including youth services and reintegration and behavioral health needs of youth. Next slide. Then our public awareness and internal operations, these would be one-time expenses. We were thinking of about $700,000. We are able to, I like that, 700, okay. Think of a 700K or 700,000, but I like 700, okay. So we are still applying for, I think Commissioner Hansen had mentioned, what about getting those temperature screening, you kind of just walk up and look at them and they take your temperature. We're gonna actually try to get those now and use FEMA grant funds, but over time we might have other things that fit into that, as well as other equipment and supplies, and drop boxes, PPE, more public awareness type things. But we're thinking any of these things in total may be $1 million, $1.2 million, and public health related supplies. So all of that together, $1.2 million or $600,000 next year, and then reevaluate where that is. And then the next slide would be revenue replacement. So initially I had indicated to the board maybe 18 million. I think if we do it the way that I'm talking about here, this would mean 6 million would go into the bucket for revenue replacement. And if you recall, I had mentioned to the board, because we, with our interim budget, did a balanced budget with our estimated revenues being significantly down from previous years. And revenue replacement, so we're thinking based upon doing additional FTE requests to include public works, additional staff in public works, solid waste, and growth management in GIS, the sheriff's deputy that needed to be replaced because we had converted one of the positions to make sure they could help with IPRAs. Then in the fire department, we were looking at 6 additional firefighters to help with a relief factor, plus a battalion chief, plus some assistance with those non-union members of the fire department, because the union members continue to go up every year based on a pay scale, and that's not the case for non-union. And then also our fleet maintenance program, looking at beefing up the staffing there and creating a career ladder. It's really important to keep our fleet, and it would cost us a great deal more if we had to contract that out. So we were looking at creating kind of a 3-tier system in their fleet. Then also we had talked about the establishment of community development department that was estimated to be around $315,000. And then we also looked at cost of living on average at a 2% COLA on January 1st, 2022. That would be a half a year at $680,000, or a full year means we need to reserve revenue of $1.3 million to take us through a full year. And then look at next year when we're doing the budget, if revenues are recovering, recommending another 2%, or something around there, but just keeping in mind that that's a recurring expenditure of almost 1.4 million. And then we also had talked about making sure that we bring our staff off of the lower end of the pay scale from $13. We're already going to make sure nobody is less than $14 an hour on July 1. And then we would also recommend next July 1, making sure nobody is below $15 an hour. That costs about $238,000. And then when we did the interim, as I said, finance was really aggressive with the red pen, so they cut about $1.5 million out of budgets across the county, and I thought we might want to set some of the ARPA funds aside for revenue, or under revenue replacement, that if there was anything that we cut out of the budget that departments or elected officials' offices just could not live without, we might be able to replace it using the ARPA funds under the revenue replacement concept. Now, one thing I wanted to remind the board of, the best thing for us to do is draw down as much of the money from the federal side in our reporting for revenue replacement. Because then what that does is mean we don't have to sit there in every single expenditure, submit that to the federal government to be continually audited. And when Yvonne ran the formula for just the first time frame, because they asked us to do it, the federal government asked that we do it on December 31st of 21, 22, and 23. But there's also a growth factor included in that formula that says not only do you go to your pre-pandemic time, but of what your revenues were, and factor in what you lost during the pandemic, you also get to factor in a growth component of about 4.1% that you would have had, which ironically is about what we were having prior to the pandemic. So just using that for our first year, we would, back of the envelope estimate of it, we would qualify for $27 million of our $29.2 million under the revenue replacement. But then what the board could do is allocate that still the same way we're recommending, or some other way that you might be recommending. But until that's cleared and we've submitted it and the federal government has said, yes, you're good, and it's audited, we would caution not to spend it on anything but what's authorized under the ARPA guidelines. So I think, next slide, please. I just wanted to go in a little more detail of the FTE requests and then what the 2% does if the board were to approve that cost of living. So we had, just a little reminder, we had kind of split up the FTE requests. The board in the interim budget approved those FTE requests that could be funded with something other than general fund. So you approved 4 employees, 4 what we'll call grant-funded FTEs in, or term FTEs in public works road maintenance, and that was so that we could create a road construction crew to do our grant-funded road construction as well as our general obligation bonds that we just did. There was about 11 million out of that 20 million in road construction, and so that we could use our own crew to do that, and we would charge that against the bond funds. And under utilities, we anticipate opening our water reclamation facility at the state penitentiary back up soon as that contract is finished, and that would need 3 FTE there. That would be paid for out of utilities revenue. So those were the 7 FTE that were approved. The 4 in public works were term, and the 3 in utilities were permanent, and those were approved in the interim budget. But then we had new recommendations, and that 1.4 is based upon, in public works, those were in solid waste. We had 1 part-time position, and that was to get us to 2 additional full-time positions, but it is an additional 1.4 in funding, so that we're not staffing, the days that we're currently open, we're not staffing on overtime, because that's what we are doing to keep the transfer stations open right now. Per our schedule, we have people working overtime. In the sheriff's office, I mentioned that was the one position that we had converted from a deputy. This would be to replace that. Then in growth management, this is 1 GIS technician and a quarter of one to reclassify an existing position to a higher level, so we have a career progression in our GIS division in growth management. In community services, there was the initial request to have the youth services director, but working with Sonia and Rachel O'Connor, we figured out a way to actually do that and have advertised and have been going through interviews for that position. So it's not recommended because we were able to do it by reallocating existing budgeted resources, and we will be having a person in that position. And then in fire, as I said, there had been a request for 12 new firefighters for a relief factor. There's mandatory overtime built into the fire department budget. So then the minute that, or the schedules, and the minute that somebody takes off for sick leave, annual leave, or training, that's overtime. If we had 6 firefighters that came in at about a cost of $500,000 a year, or $562,000 a year they would save after they're trained and fully able to replace those individuals. That and the 1 battalion chief, those 7 FTE would cost about $562,000 a year, but save $500,000 a year in overtime, as well as take the stress of particularly our battalion chiefs. We have 3. They kind of work all the time, so they don't have any relief factor for their schedule. And so that was what we were recommending there when I say the partial recommendation. And then it shows you the different funding sources for those, predominantly under the EMS, and second, 1/8 of GRT that's dedicated to emergency services and healthcare. That is the most expensive one at the $638,000. That includes those 7 new positions plus adjustments to the upper end of the battalion chiefs, captains, battalion chiefs, assistant chiefs. I'm sorry, not captains. I think they're in the union, and the as well as the fleet, which are in a different union there, AFSCME. That's what that slide is. Next slide, please. And then this just shows you for fiscal year 2022, if the board were to approve, and I'm not going to ask the board to approve the 2% for next year for fiscal year 2023. I just would request in the final budget whether we could do a 2% COLA for January 1, 2022, and then hold funding aside under the revenue replacement so that it would be available as long as revenues don't tank between 2022 and 2023. But what that gives you under the first column, fiscal year 2022, is what a COLA, 2% COLA by bargaining unit would be. So 2% COLA for 6 months for AFSCME blue collar, or 1782 is 192,000. And as I said, each union actually gets to negotiate how these funds are actually allocated, but there is a caveat when we get to the fire union. Then cost of living for corrections, half a year, 71,600. Then medical is 14,000. Also, what we do with the unions, if there is something within the union bargaining unit that we can use to negotiate, for instance, if there's funding for overtime, but they're willing to change a schedule or something like that, or to give up a position, we also use those funds to try to negotiate a different compensation package. So I just want to put that out there. But this would be funding that the board would approve, and it's what the management team can use to negotiate with those bargaining units. Next slide. For the RECC, it's $23,444, and for sheriffs, $74,206. And then non-union, all non-union, a 2% COLA on January 1, 2022, or first full pay period, I should say, is $233,289. And then the next slide is the firefighters. This is a little bit different, and during the legislative session, we discussed Senate Bill 90. What Senate Bill, as I had indicated, fire union has a completely different schedule than all of the other unions. They do a 28-day schedule, and in that 28-day schedule, there is overtime built in. We don't currently, because it was not allowed, pay para contributions on that, what we'll call mandatory overtime. In other words, it's built into their schedule, but they do not receive para contributions for that. So what the firefighters did, and not just in Santa Fe County, but across the state, they went to the legislature and said, we would like, if it is built into our schedule, we would like to have para contributions into our base schedule. That bill passed, it was signed by the governor. The cost of that to us as the employer is $151,000. Unless we change the schedule to a different kind of schedule, instead of 48/96, it could be 12-hour shifts, it could be something different than that. But as it stands now, that would cost the county $151,000. The 2% COLA was $149,000. So it's the recommendation that we fund the employer side of the para contribution rather than change the schedule and to budget $151,000 to do that. Just for the sake of what does that mean if you're a firefighter? Well, it's actually about a 6% increase to the retirement benefits over the long time. So it's a significant cost to the county, but it's a significant benefit to the firefighters. So because that will be built in, that $151,000 will be built into our base budget from this point on, if we keep the 48/96 schedule. So that kind of gives the dollar amounts that out of the funding that I had indicated, that total, what we called the total 2%, or $1.3 million, or $680,000 for fiscal year 2022, but a recurring $1.3 million for a year. That's how it breaks down by the bargaining units. Next slide, please. So those are the things that we wanted to bring up for discussion. Our next BCC meeting, and unless the board would want a study session between now and then for the final budget, these were the only things that we really have to put forward to the board. There might be a couple others that come up over the next 3 weeks, but we thought we would be able to put in front of the board the final budget with these recommendations on June 29th so that we could submit it to DFA and wait for their final approval before we did any other major final budget adjustments. And when I say we can't do any, we can work internally, but what we can't do is budget adjustments that have to come to the board to move the budget up or down or cross funds between then and September or so, when we get our letter that our final budget is approved. So that's why we wanted to build some of the ARPA funds into the budget, into the final budget. And so with that, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I stand for questions or discussion or comments, direction.
Thank you, Manager Miller, for that update. Do we have any questions? There was a lot of information, so I don't know if there's any question from commissioners. At this point, Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wondered, all those recommendations for the ARPA funds, do those all, we don't have to choose among those all fit within the 29 million?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, yes. So that total, if you were to add all of those up, is the 29.2 million.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair and Commissioner, my thought process was, well, if we create the buckets, then we can kind of pick some very specific things that you'd like to do within those buckets. And then as we progress through the year, if you want to move around between the buckets, it's a good idea. And I think if we're having difficulty spending somewhere, we should move it. And if we're not having, or if we're finding there's a big demand for something, then we could move it, kind of scrape off of one bucket and move to another. But my thought process was that if we had kind of a general idea of if that's a good way to allocate it, then we can come back with more specifics within those parameters.
Thank you. That makes sense to me. That was my question.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you for that. It's an incredible presentation. You and Yvonne and the senior staff are so on top of this. It's really an incredible benefit to us. With regard to the ARPA funds, I think the buckets you picked and the general distribution, that's going to allow us to do something before we get far enough in to be approved and be able to make changes. I think that looks, I mean, I like those, I like that distribution. I think that's a sound distribution right now. I think, I can't even necessarily think of tweaks that I think would be anything other than kind of playing with pennies and not very relevant. I also really support the recommendations for the fire department. That fixes a lot of problems. It was a good compromise. I really appreciate the work you and Chief Lindsay did on that. I think that it was a good compromise, and particularly for the whole combination in terms of personnel and addressing overtime, fixing some of the fleet problems so that we can retain that. It may seem trivial, but it is hugely significant for those on the inside who depend on that tremendously. So I really appreciate that as well. Those are my comments for the minute. I really appreciate the inputs on this. I think it's a good distribution.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. I couldn't agree more. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Manager Miller, and the rest of the commissioners. I do agree. It's a good arrangement. I have a couple of questions on the infrastructure. Like, when do we think the quill plant will be up and operational?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I think our contractor's predominantly done. We're waiting for some issues with P&M. So this fall.
Okay, fantastic. And then what other connections to county wastewater systems do we imagine? I mean, I know that the Agua Fria plant the Agua Fria wastewater infrastructure goes to the Paseo Real plant at the city, but what other connections to our county quill plant do we foresee?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, we do want to connect So right now, our growth area and our area of focus is in the community college district, and as you know, we're trying to also, like most of those have their own individual plants, but then also they run to the Abajo lift station, and then that goes to the city. We would like to connect that when the reclamation facility is done, to connect that to connect our part, Turquoise Trail, everything that goes to Abajo lift station to the Quill plant.
Fantastic. I think that is great. As you know, I really like wastewater infrastructure and protecting our groundwater. Thank you for that. I think it's really important. I do think it's important to get these individual so-called package plants off and connected to a larger system. And I agree with Commissioner Hamilton on putting these things in buckets and with the ARPA funds. You know, I'm not tied to these all this recommendation for what we are going to need from COVID, but if we can get some of it paid for by FEMA, I think that's great. You know, however we can get things to protect, because I know there are people who are uncomfortable with the vaccine. I am grateful to be vaccinated. I just want you to know, I think that it's a miracle that we're back here and sitting and being able to meet. So I do encourage people to get vaccinated, but I also want to protect people who are not and make sure that they feel safe also. Whatever we can do on that. I think assisting with tourism is really important. That industry is so important to our community. I'm wondering, in the ARPA funds, are there any? Is there any money for things like monument development? I know that's like a big topic, but some kind of idea outside. You know, in the past we talked about a visitor center out at La Bajara Ranch. I know that's kind of outside the box, thinking about if the ARPA fund would have any place in that as related to tourism, to provide you know, access and information to people coming in through, you know, creating a monument or creating a visitor center or a heritage center. Or, yeah, I know that's a little off topic and outside the normal thoughts of thinking about this, but I would just wanted to bring that up.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I don't think that we could use those ARPA funds because, as I said, that would be considered infrastructure or capital, and they did limit it specifically to water, wastewater, and broadband in that area. But we have been scouring everything that comes out for grants we've submitted through our senators and our congresswomen for seeing if we can't get some earmarks in the bills. So anything that we've seen, and we've been applying, as a matter of fact, that I'm really proud of the staff. They're constantly looking for stuff and shooting me an email, hey, could we apply for this grant or that grant? It's been, I think I've been getting one a day on, and some of them are small, but they're really looking for every opportunity for things that we, I would say that it is in our wheelhouse that we can easily administer. looking for those opportunities to supplement funds that we currently have. So, for instance, I was talking with Joseph, and we are looking at probably, I think we've put in maybe requests for about 3 different types of tourism-related grants. One is for putting in an application. I don't think we've submitted it yet, or it's likely to go in, but for a Main Street grant to kind of refurbish Main Street down in Madrid, the kind of storefront area. Also, cooperative advertising. There's a lot more tourism advertising, so Lisa Katonica's we just submitted one on Monday for a pretty good size match to some of our advertising, over 100,000 on that. And then we were just looking at another one for Aggregate and another one for the Los Porcharos property up in the northern part of the county. So we're looking for all those type of opportunities. I haven't seen anything relative to visitor centers, but we're definitely keeping our eyes open. And we're working with the city of Santa Fe as stuff comes up. They did looked at funding a bunch of events that are happening this summer, and so we tried to match. We didn't have quite as much money as they did in our existing budget, but we scraped up about $50,000 to try to match some of the things that they were assisting with advertising. They did about $75,000. So we're really trying to work with the state, with our federal delegation, and with the city at looking at every opportunity to get additional funding. I don't know exactly what we would do relative to a visitor center. One of the things we have talked about is, what we would do in the long term with our La Bajada ranch property, and there's part of it that is right off of one of the interchanges that when we looked at kind of I can't even really call it a fully fleshed out conceptual plan, but that was an opportunity for a place there that also might work for food distribution. I think that Maria's talked about it, but we did carve out a piece of that property for potential future development along that line. But I don't know that we're ready for anything like that. The one nice thing is our water line isn't far from that property, so if we did look at developing something, or if we had a private entity that wanted to develop, we might, be able to create a good partnership on that property towards the north end of it. But I don't think these ARPA funds relative to infrastructure could be used for that, but it's certainly something we can look through all of the different stuff that's coming down and whether there's opportunity to apply for a grant for something along that line.
Thank you, Manager Miller. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. That was a great update and presentation. So I think that's our last item from matters from the county manager. So I'm going to go on to item number 9A. And this is commissioner issues and comments, including but not limited to constituent concerns, recognitions, requests for updates for future presentations. And I'm going to go to the different commissioners. Commissioner Hansen, you want to go first?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to announce that I am going to start my coffee and tea under the trees at Reunity Resource starting the last Saturday in June. That would be June 26th. That is during the food market or the farm stand at Reunity Resources, and we have Rose's Kitchen out there so people can get coffee and tea and brunch, and we can visit, and people, I want to invite them to ask questions and bring their ideas and comments. We had a wonderful little ribbon cutting along the Santa Fe River Trail and Frenchie's Field for a little free library, which was really nice. The Commons put up a little free library, and myself and the mayor and Councilor Lindell and Villarreal, we all were there to initiate it. I also attended the Next Generation Water Summit, which I found really interesting. I would have loved to have seen Commissioner Hamilton or somebody from our staff on one of the panels. I feel like that was one of the things that was missing, was that there was really, even though we sponsored and we were a participant, and I want to thank Jacqueline and the county manager for participating, I think it would have been great if there was and county participation at the summit. But all in all, it was very informative. I think I mentioned this last time, but I am going to be, or maybe I didn't, I am going to be presenting at the NACO Arts and Culture Commission or Committee at their annual conference with the National Trust on Historic Preservation on the John Gamin building. And I am honored that we get to present with the National Trust for Historic Preservation, and that they have noticed that we have renovated this incredible building that we are sitting in. Then yesterday I attended the Legislative Radioactive and Hazardous Waste committee meeting for the legislature. It was their interim committee. Secretary Kenny gave an update, and Director Trujillo from NNERD gave an update, and it was informative. And their next meeting will be in Carlsbad in July, and then they are going to be meeting in Gallup and talking about uranium mining and the effects and devastation that it had on native lands. And I believe there was a good public attendance. There was at least 10 public comments made. I made some public comments about cleanup of waste at Lanel, and the request for SWICE to be done there. And here we are today in our beautiful building again. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to mention a few of the things that I've been hearing from my constituents and other people around the county, and bring them to our attention. First is Commissioner Garcia and I both received an email from Carl Dickens, who is connected with the La Cienega community, and he has drafted a letter along with some of the Acequia associations and the Pewaukee Soil and Conservation District regarding the mitigation efforts for the return flow pipeline if we go ahead with that project. And basically their request to us, I don't know if we can do this or not, was to send a letter to the city requesting that the city not apply to the state engineer until there was a mitigation plan. That was the gist of their letter. In some emails with Manager Miller, I think that might not be possible, but maybe we put that into the agreement if we decide to go. The agreement, I guess, has to come back to us. So I just wanted to mention that because I think that's an important issue. Certainly it's important for the people in La Cienega and around that area who are concerned about the water situation if the return flow pipeline is built. The other thing also regards water. I've been hearing from a lot of constituents, particularly those in the community college district where there's a lot of new housing that we've already approved or that is coming up before us in the next few months. People are concerned because we're in a drought and there's water restrictions right now. And I know I've tried to explain how I know we're addressing the water, but I think there are some legitimate concerns to make sure that we don't over budget our water resources. When you consider that with climate change, we don't really know exactly how much water we're going to have. And so I think there's some good points there for us to just be careful with that we don't overcommit the water, because people who live here already do like to water their trees and flush the toilets and stuff without having to do without. People were also a little concerned about the traffic in the community college area. I assume that's been looked at, but people will be wanting to look at that. And then the other thing that people brought up, which was interesting to me, there's a little bit of concern about the Arroyo Hondo Trail, whether people will respect the fact that it's supposed to be closed after dark. People were concerned about noise on the trail. So those are just some of the things, that people have been talking to me about that I think we need to keep in the back of our minds or the front of our minds when these issues come forward. I plan to have one more Hour with Hank town hall virtually, and then to start doing them in person. Maybe we'll go under a tree in my district, if there's a tea house nearby. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's my report for tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know some of you probably remember that I think 2 meetings ago I mentioned that there had been a U.S. Forest Service smoke jumper that was injured fighting a fire. He actually died of his injuries. I wanted to acknowledge everything smoke jumper Tim Hart did for the community and mention that I bet most of you noticed the incredible smoke we have up here in the county. And while right now much of that are from the 2 very large Arizona fires that are close to the New Mexico border, we've had plenty of fire starts in our own county. And so I wanted to take the opportunity to do a shout out and a thanks to our fire department for, even though I did that last time as well, because they have quite a bit on their hands and they're doing quite a bit for us, even shorthanded and under some difficult circumstances. On the other hand, there is a little bit of maybe bright news for those of you who aren't climate nerds. There's been some shift in the predictions for summer precipitation. Predictions don't necessarily mean anything, but we might actually have a better monsoon than was earlier thought. I know you guys were just all dying to hear about that tonight, but we can be hopeful. And I guess that's my big fire and water comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton, and I couldn't agree more. Right now, we're in a pretty heavy or high fire hazard with the winds and stuff. And I know we're getting a little bit more rain this time of year than usual, and so, but we still have a lot of restrictions, and we just got to make sure that we're doing the right thing out there. I think I read that in one of the Santa Fe National Forest that they found quite a few forest or campfires that weren't extinguished. So we really need to make sure we're taking care of these and being responsible and making sure we're turning off these our campfires. I mean, everybody wants to get out there this time of year and go camping, but we just need to make sure that we're being responsible and burning weeds, the same thing, making sure that we're keeping buckets of water nearby, hoses, and everything else that we need to be safe and keep our neighbors safe.
Absolutely.
And the other thing is I wanted to mention is Darian's place in Espanilla actually had a ribbon cutting on last Friday, so I appreciate the invite to go to that facility. I think that it was a great event where we can actually highlight another service that our fellow local government is promoting and taking care of our constituents It's right outside the border of Santa Fe County, but I know that we do have constituents there that are from Santa Fe County. So I just wanted to relay that. And a lot of calls that I'm getting right now, and something that I wanted to highlight, and I know that there's going to be a lot of opportunity in the future, is broadband. It's something that's really needed in my community, and a lot of constituents have been calling me and sending me emails in regards to when we'll be getting more broadband and fiber in the community. So just something that I want to make sure that that I'm bringing forward and working on for my constituents. And that's really all I had. And if there's not anything else, going back to other commissioners, anything else? Okay. So our next agenda item is item number 9B, and this is other elected officials' issues and comments, including but not limited to constituent concerns, recognitions, and requests for updates for future presentations. Right now, I know that we have one elected official present, our esteemed clerk, Ms. Catherine Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're taking a break between elections, but we will have lots for the next meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Clerk Clark. That's always a tongue twister. Do we have any other elected officials, Tessa, that have called in? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close item number 9B and go on to, we've already done 9C, so next we're on item 10. I'm going to go to our county attorney. Attorney Schaefer, can you give us a summarization of what we're going into executive session for?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The executive session will be for the discussion of bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations between the Board of County Commissioners and collective bargaining units as allowed by Section 1015-1H5 and threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 1015-1H7 NMSA 1978, including one, potential filing of amicus brief in Santa Fe Reporter newspaper versus the City of Santa Fe and Greg Gurule, State of New Mexico, Court of Appeals, number A-1-CA-39337. Two, in the matter of the joint application of Avangrid, Inc. and Avangrid Networks, Inc., New Mexico Green Holdings, Inc., and the Public Service Company of New Mexico and PNM Resources for various approvals, New Mexico Public Regulation Commission case number 20-00222-UT. 3, discussion of bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations concerning AFSCME 1782. And 4, breach of settlement agreement and related agreements related to annexation.
Okay.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chair.
Commissioner Hanson, go ahead.
I'd like to move that we go into executive session for the items that County Attorney Schaefer just described.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
And a second from Commissioner Hughes. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Anna Hanson.
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Yes, sorry.
Chair Roy Ball.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so we're in executive session. Attorney Schaefer, do we know more or less how long the executive session might be? About maybe an hour before we return?
I don't suspect that it'll take an hour, Mr. Chair. I would think in the range of 30 minutes to 45 minutes.
Okay, so I'm going to go with the 45 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Check. Chambers audio.
Commissioner. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Nobody else is up there yet. I'm gonna.
Check.
Okay, good afternoon, welcome back. We're going to come out of executive session, so I'd like to entertain a motion to come out of executive session. Commissioner Hanson? Okay, do I hear a second?
Second?
And a second from Commissioner Hamilton. Okay, so all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I think only
Have
to
to
go,
come out.
to only go into executive session, correct. So all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries, so we are now out of executive session. Okay, so we have some public hearings that we're gonna go to next. Commissioner Hanson, go ahead. Okay, 10B.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion at 10B.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. With regards to the New Mexico Public Relation Case number 20-00222-UT, I move to authorize the county manager to submit public comments on behalf of Santa Fe County on the following topics, if still relevant at the time public comments are due. 1, rate credits and treating closure of the Four Corners Power Plant as a cost of the merger.
Second?
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, if I could, and I apologize for interrupting, but before we move on to the public hearings, there is a housekeeping item that I would like to address relative to the executive session on May 25th of 2021. The Board of County Commissioners went into executive session at the end of the meeting and did not reconvene an open meeting. Consequently, was unable to include in the minutes of that meeting the statement required by the Open Meetings Act. So I would just ask that the reporter, in preparing the meetings of this minute, include a statement that the only matters discussed during the May 25th, 2021 executive session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer. Okay, so we're going to go on to item number 11A. And these are public hearings to be heard no earlier than 5 o'clock. What time are we at now? All right, so we're after 5 o'clock. So case 11-5371, Copacabana Development Company LLC, removal of a condition of approval previously imposed by the Extraterritorial Zoning Authority. Copacabana Development Co. LLC applicant Molly Matthews. Multitude agent are requesting removal of a condition of approval imposed by the Extraterritorial Zoning Authority EZA on a master plan preliminary development plan of the New Mexico Academy of Sciences and Math. The condition states that the overnight company is prohibited. The site was also formerly known as Desert Academy. The property is located at 7300 Old Santa Fe Trail within Section 7, Township 16 North, Range 10 East. And this is in Commission District 4, and from the case manager, we have Jose E. Laranaga.
Jose?
There. Sorry about that. On July 29, 1997, the Extraterritorial Zoning Authority granted master plan zoning approval for the New Mexico Academy for Sciences and Mathematics. The approved plan included an administrative building, swimming pool, cafeteria, and visual arts building, 2 classroom buildings, and tennis courts, totaling 1,400 square feet of actual building space and allowing up to 450 students in 6 phases, pending development plan approval for each phase. A condition of approval on the master plan stated overnight occupancy is prohibited. At that time, the EZA also granted preliminary development plan approval for Phase 1, which allowed for 133 students and faculty and 54,900 square feet of facilities. The school was known as New Mexico Academy for the Sciences and Mathematics. After that school closed, the property was occupied by Desert Academy. On September 11, 1997, the EZC granted final development plan approval for Phase 1A and 1B. On September 29, 1998, the EZA granted approval of a master plan amendment to add an equestrian use to modify the building placement and increase the total square footage to 106,700 square feet for all phases, and to increase the number of allowable students and faculty from 133 to 138 for Phase 1. On January 19, 2012, the County Development Review Committee granted approval of a preliminary and final development plan for Phase 2 of the existing school facility, which included 2,300 square feet of office space, a 9,000 square foot classroom building, a 10,000 square foot gymnasium, and an all-weather athletic field and running track, interior remodeling of existing structures, and related site improvements on 25.86 acres. Currently on the site, there are 5 structures: the Alda Maltedo building, the Lamy Modular building, portable classroom building number 1 and portable classroom number 2, and an equipment mechanical building. The applicant states, this request is being submitted to Santa Fe County in reference to the removal of a development condition established by the Extraterritorial Zoning Authority in 1997, which stipulates no overnight occupancy. At that time, no records were in existence to establish how overnight occupancy might impact water usage at the campus. The property is currently served by an on-site well and owns 3 acre-feet of water rights. This well feeds a pool of water used for fire protection and as well as providing for typical school water uses. The original master planning, including a hydrogeological report, which was prepared by Dennis Cooper in February 1997. Based on prior approvals, we're allowed to draw up to 2.43 acre-feet per year from our well. A state-sponsored residential charter school is interested in leasing the Maltedo campus for use during the 2021 through 2022 academic year for its residential program, which provides overnight housing to a maximum of 30 students and 5 faculty members through Mondays through Thursdays. The planned use of the property is within the scope of the facilities and water usage allowance established by Santa Fe County. Staff response. The master plan and preliminary development plan that was approved by the EZA on July 29, 1997 was approved with 20 staff conditions, 2 conditions imposed by the City of Santa Fe staff, and 1 condition imposed by EZA Chairman Montano. Staff condition number 18 states overnight occupancy is prohibited. As the EZA is no longer in existence, the applicant is coming to the BCC to request that the condition be removed. Desert Academy closed approximately a year ago, and the property is currently unused. The applicant has several interested parties, and staff supports the ability to utilize the site for other school uses. Staff supports the request by the applicant to remove the previously imposed condition prior to allowing overnight occupancy on the site. The applicant shall demonstrate compliance with the EZA conditions of approval, SLDC Section 4.8.2, and with pertinent requirements of SLDC Chapter 7. As allowed uses are approved on the site, staff will review the water budget to ensure that previously allowed 2.43 acre-foot per year restriction is not exceeded. Pertinent sustainable design standards requirements that may be required to allow overnight occupancy for this site may include, but not limited to, fire protection, parking and loading, water supply, wastewater, water conservation, and solid waste. Staff recommends approval of the applicant's request to remove a condition of approval imposed by the extraterritorial zoning authority on the master plan preliminary development plan. Staff recommends that all previously imposed conditions, excluding condition number 18 imposed by the EZA, be adhered to by the development. The development shall also comply with pertinent requirements of ordinance number 2016-9, the Sustainable Land Development Code. Mr. Chair, I stand for any questions. I'd like to add that Ms. Maltito is not present. She's out of the country, but she is joining us through the website.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Larrañaga. Do we have any questions? This is in Commissioner Hamilton's district, so I'll be going to her first.
I have no questions at this time. I'm familiar with the case. I mean, having read it, for this, so I would love to hear, comments of the applicant and whatnot before I ask any other questions.
Okay, and I think, as Mr. Larrañaga may have mentioned, that the applicant is not here today, is that correct?
She's not present physically, but I think she's online to testify.
Okay. Can we hear from the applicant?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello. Okay, my name is Molly Multato, and I'm here representing Copacabana Development. There's an echo. We have a school that is interested in leasing the campus for its residential program, and we request that the condition be removed so that we can resume our conversation with the school.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Maltero. And this is a public hearing, and we've actually heard from staff and also from the applicant. So I'm going to go to public hearing, to our public first. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address the commission in support or non-support of this project? Okay, once again, is there anybody from the public that would like to address the commission in regards to this case? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to close public comment, and I'm going to go to commissioners with any other questions. Commissioner Hamilton?
No questions, but it seems removing that particular requirement would allow continued use of this property for, frankly, for similar schooling, educational purposes that it was originally developed. It would certainly make sense to me to allow that to be done, especially given that staff is recommending it. There are no changes in the water requirements, and there seems to be no public opposition. I think it would make economic and sense for the community in my district to be able to have a good functional use of that property.
Okay, and that was a motion, is that correct, Commissioner Hamilton?
Well,
Yeah.
if it's time, yes, I'll be happy to move to approve.
Okay, so we have a motion. Commissioner Hanson, go ahead.
I would be happy to second this. I think in-house learning and having children be able to stay there is a good situation. So I support that, and I'm seconding this motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Under discussion, Commissioner Hughes, did you have anything to add, sir?
Oh, I'll just quickly add that I have had several friends go to the New Mexico School for the Arts, and so I'll support anything that helps them out, as well as having a learning opportunity in Commissioner Hamilton's district.
Okay, I agree wholeheartedly with the comments that my fellow commissioners have made in regards to moving forward with this request. I think that it is always a great opportunity when we can provide more education and this type of service to our constituents. So we do have a motion and a second. And so I'm going to go, actually, we don't have to do a roll call vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Thank you and congratulations. This also took care of item 11B, right? Okay. Commissioner Hamilton, Attorney Schaefer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner. Actually, 11B is a separate item, so you'll need a motion on that as well. As indicated in the public meeting disclosures, staff prepared that order based solely upon its recommendation. But now that the board has approved the request in accordance with staff's recommendation, it would be appropriate for the board to take separate action on 11B, assuming that the order meets with the board's approval.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Schaefer. Commissioner Hamilton?
Before I make a motion on that, I do have just a technical question. Since it's listed separately, are we required to have a separate public hearing on it, even though there's likely not anybody to comment, but do we have to open that and shut it first and then?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, no, I don't think that you do. It's similar to any final order that the board would act upon after announcing its decision in a case, so I don't believe an additional public hearing is required.
Thank you. So I'd like to move to approve 11B.
And
Commissioner Hughes?
I'll second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton, a second from Commissioner Hughes. Anything under comment? No? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Congratulations. We're going to go on to item 11C, and this is case 18-5250, Remby Las Campanas LLC, applicant James W. Siebert and Associates. Agent requests approval of a conceptual plan to allow 22 residential lots to be developed in 2 phases. Or secondly, the proposed development is located within Las Campanas Plan Development District PD-16 on Tract B and H of the previously approved Los Santeros subdivision, Tract B, and it consists of 9.83 acres, and Tract H consists of 2.4 acres. Total acreage of Tierra que Canta development is 12.23 acres. The proposed development is accessed via Calle Gonzalez to the east of Las Campanas within Township 17 North, Range 8 East, Section 15, SDA 2. And this is in Commissioner Hansen's district, District 2. And the case manager is Mr. Nathan Manzanares.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, staff has handed out some packet material, that's material that was not in the packet that was received from the applicant yesterday, and that'll come in handy later on in the presentation. Summary. On February 18th, 2021, the Santa Fe County Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of the Tierra que Canta conceptual plan, as well as to grant... Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Let me, is that better?
Yeah.
All right. I'm just going to restart, Mr. Chair. Apologize for that. On February 18th, 2021, the Santa Fe County Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of the Tierra que Canta conceptual plan, as well as to grant approval of the 3 variances needed for the proposed conceptual plan of this project to become a reality. The variances requested were also needed in order to ensure a safe and functional road network for the proposed development. The 3 variances granted by the Planning Commission included a variance of Chapter 7, Section 17.9.2.4 of the SLDC for steep slope disturbance in excess of 30%, with more than 3 separate occurrences of 1,000 square feet each. A variance of Chapter 7-17-9-2-1 of the SLDC to allow structures to be located on a ridgetop, ridgeline, or shoulder unless there is no other buildable area on the property, and a variance of ordinance 2017-7, section 711-12-4, to allow driveway separations of less than 100 feet from a return radius of an intersection. Per table 4.1 and section 4.4.2 of the SLDC procedural requirements, the Planning Commission was required to take final action on the 3 variances requested prior to this application proceeding with a public hearing before the Board of County Commissioners. Also in accordance with Table 4.1, the Board of County Commissioners are only required to take action on the proposed conceptual plan to allow 22 residential lots to be developed in 2 phases within an existing planned development district known as Las Campanas. On May 14, 2021, the applicant requested minor changes to their original conceptual plan layout, as well as their original phasing schedule, that was recommended for approval by the Santa Fe County Planning Commission on February 18, 2021. The applicant proposed to have the 2 phases of the development labeled as Phase A and Phase B, instead of what was originally proposed as Phase 1 and Phase 2. The original conceptual plan proposed 2 phases with 11 lots being created in each phase. On June 7th, the applicant requested, June 7, 2021, the applicant requested to withdraw the requested amendments submitted on May 14, 2021, as shown in Exhibits 19 and 20. The applicant now requests that the proposed conceptual plan keep the original proposal which was presented and recommended for approval by both the hearing officer and Planning Commission. Staff has provided a hand-delivered copy of the applicant's latest memo requesting to revert back to their original proposal, as well as a site plan of the original phasing schedule and lot layout. The material provided by the applicant requesting to revert back to the original proposal was not included in board docs or the packet material due to the applicant making this request as of yesterday, June 7, 2021. In conclusion, staff has determined that the applicant's request to revert back to the original conceptual plan design that was presented and recommended for approval by both the hearing officer and Planning Commission is minor enough to let this case proceed forward. In addition, staff has determined that all procedural requirements set forth in Table 4-1 of the SLDC have been satisfied. Therefore, the prerequisites for this case to be heard by the board for conceptual plan approval has been met. Staff recommends that the original conceptual plan with the proposed minor amendments that were handed out during today's meeting be heard for the board for consideration. Due to the fact that the proposed original conceptual plan is well taken and meets the applicable standards set forth in the SLDC and has been recommended for approval by both staff, the hearing officer, and Planning Commission. Mr. Chair, may I jump to staff's recommendation, seeing how the history pertaining to today's case was pretty much covered in the summary?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff's recommendation. On March 12, 2020, the SLDC hearing officer recommended approval of the 3 variances required for this project, as well as recommending approval of the proposed conceptual plan, subject to the conditions as memorized in the hearing officer's finding of fact and conclusions of law, written order as referenced in Exhibit 11. On February 18, 2021, the Santa Fe County Planning Commission approved the 3 variances that were requested to create a safe and functional road network for the Tierra que Canta development, as well as recommended approval of the original conceptual plan subject to conditions as memorized and set forth in the Santa Fe County Planning Commission's finding of facts and conclusion of law, as set forth in Exhibit 18. Staff has established that this application for conceptual plan to allow 22 residential lots to be developed in 2 phases is in compliance with the criteria set forth in the SLDC. Staff has also determined that all procedural requirements set forth in Table 4-1 of the SLDC have been satisfied. Staff therefore recommends that the originally proposed conceptual plan for Tierra que Canta be approved by the board in accordance with the Planning Commission's approval of the requested variances to ensure a safe and functional road network, subject to the approval conditions as referenced in the final order approved by the Planning Commission, as shown in Exhibit 18, as well as as stated in the staff report. Mr. Chair, may I enter the approval conditions for the proposed original conceptual plan as stated in the staff report?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I also want to let you know, and the fellow commissioners, that the applicant and his agent, Jen Siebert, have requested to participate in tonight's meeting via WebEx. and will not appear before the board in person tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I now stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Montanaro. Do we have any questions from the board? And you did say the applicant isn't here today, is that correct?
The applicant will be present via WebEx, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to the applicant next. If we is this gonna be Mr. Siebert?
Mr. Chair, the applicant's agent is Jim Siebert, and the applicant is Jay Remby.
Okay, so if we can hear from the applicant, please. And-
Can you hear me, Mr.
Yes, sir, we can hear you, Mr. Siebert. Can you be sworn in by our county clerk?
I'm going to have Jay Remby sworn in at the same time in case he would like to add to my presentation.
Okay. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Were you going to swear with someone else as well?
Well, I was going to swear in Jay Remby at the same
Okay.
time.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
So let me back up here. My name's Jim Siebert. My address is 915 Mercer Street, Santa Fe, and I understand I'm under oath.
Okay. Who's next?
Okay?
Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Oh, you're muted.
I tell you, let's proceed, and then if Jay can manage to mute himself, then we'll.
Okay,
take care
well-
of
I'm
this.
unmuted. I'm
There we
unmuted.
go.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I thought you guys muted me. I didn't realize it was me.
Okay, so do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Jay Remby, 9808 Bonatera Loop, Albuquerque, New Mexico, and I understand I'm under oath.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Remby, we could hear you very clearly. Mr. Siebert, it was a little bit difficult to hear you, so you may want to try and speak a little bit louder into the mic.
Yeah, I'll get, is that better? I'm closer?
Yes, sir. Go ahead and proceed.
Good, good. What I'd like to do is give you a little background on the kind of nature of Las Campanas and the zoning. And then I have a very brief PowerPoint presentation I'll provide. And that was one of the reasons I'm not there in person, is I couldn't figure out how to have boards and do a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation virtually at the same time. So that's the reason I'm virtual tonight. But Las Campanas was originally approved as a master plan for the entire Las Campanas development by the Board of County Commissioners. With the adoption of the SLDC, the SLDC then zoned all of Las Campanas PDD, Plan Development District, recognizing all the elements that were already approved on the master plan. The two tracks that are associated with what you're hearing tonight were tracks B and track H of Los Santeros. And Los Santeros is a much larger project than just these two tracks. But they were, B and H was approved for 22 units, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're in total compliance with the underlying zoning, both for the master plan and the plan development district. And just to emphasize, the action on the part of the county commission tonight is on the concept plan. You're not approving, a zoning, you're not approving a subdivision. It's strictly, what you're approving tonight is really kind of the general shape of the project and the phasing of the project. So that's what I will be presenting to tonight. So let's go to the PowerPoint presentation. At least I hope. We always seem to have problems with this. And can you see that? We lose everybody. Can you hear us still? Can you hear me? We just tried to share and it didn't seem to come through.
Mr. Siebert, we could see
We
it.
could see it earlier, sir.
Oh, you could?
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
okay.
Sorry.
Great.
Yeah, we saw it.
Can you hear me at the same time? Because I
Yes.
seem to disappear somehow.
Yes, we can see it.
All right, thank you. So we'll go through this pretty quickly. But this is the outline of both tracks B and H. And where it's located to the left is Las Campanas Drive.
Mr. Siebert, it appears that it disappeared again. I'm not sure if you might have inadvertently clicked it off again.
Did you say stop sharing? No.
I'll let you know when we see it.
All right.
Yeah. What we're seeing is a board of okay. Yeah, now we got a map that's coming up, sir.
Okay. All right. Good. So to the left, the outline, the darker black outline is. Can you see the cursor too, out of curiosity?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So the darker outline is the boundary of both tracks B and H. To the left is Las Campanas Drive. And then going through the project is Calle Gonzalez in its present configuration. Further to the left is the wastewater treatment plant for Las Campanas, and not shown on the screen, but is currently just recently been constructed as a dog park further up to the right. It's surrounded on two sides by the Las Campanas golf course. And of course, the idea is to have as much, proximity to the golf course as possible. Go to the next slide. Mr. Remby has done other projects in Los Santeros, so he's a known entity. He's a quality builder, and will continue what you see in the screen will be very similar to the product he's proposing to build in Tierra Quecanta. And one of the issues that came up with staff, because there was a great deal of neighborhood interaction with this project. Both the neighbors and the staff wanted to see what it would actually look like. So we did do a rendering of what it would look like if you were standing on the other side of the golf course. And as a discussion with one of the owners, who had a suggestion on improving the facade, we actually, on the facade facing the golf course, we actually made that change and felt it actually was a good suggestion and improved the design for the building. Next one. The other issue that came up is that where you see the red lines of the road and the dark gray line, where the curve is actually the top of the hill, which is a blind curve, and that's a pretty dangerous situation. So what you'll see in the design in just a bit is that we smoothed that out to provide better sight distance, and then we made it a four-way stop. And there is construction traffic still going through there. We wanted to make sure that, that this people-going residents that lived here would be safe when they enter this particular intersection. And this is the project as a whole with the slope shown on it. And with the real dark areas are the areas where we did have to have a variance from slopes. And it was kind of a unique site in a sense that typically 30% slopes are more aggregated in one place. And these were kind of scattered throughout the subdivision. It was very difficult to work around them, and that's the reason that we did need some, a variance from those slopes. The let's go. Do we have one more or not? I don't think so. Okay. So that's the end of the presentation. We're going to stop sharing, and hopefully I'll come back on again. But there were, the principal concerns on the part of the neighbors that we talked to was that Kai Gonzalez needed to be paved. We had originally proposed that it would be a gravel base course roadway. And Jay Remby has agreed to go ahead and pave the roadway. The other issue is there were concerns about the number of two-story units that were along the golf course facing to the east. And Jay has agreed to, on 11 of the 11 houses facing east on the golf course, to make 6 of those one story. So we have held 3 different meetings, 3 different times with the neighbors to begin to work some of these issues out. And with that, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Siebert. I think we'll go ahead and if we could have the next speaker as well, and then the commissioners will save their questions for afterwards. Thank you, sir.
Jay, do you want to supplement any of that?
No, yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, thank you for giving us the opportunity. This is a site that I purchased back in 2008, and as Jim said, we focused on the first phase. What I'm proposing really was how it was originally designed before I purchased it. There are sections in Los Enteros that focuses and encourages small lot development for kind of a lock and leave type of situation. And so I'm just continuing with the last phase. This is the third out of, or this is the last phase out of 3. And we'll be building exactly what was done in the first phase. Was all allowed for 2-story. And again, I was willing to accommodate some of those being 1-story to accommodate the adjacent neighbors. It's been a long road. We started this 2 years ago. So we had multiple meetings, as Jim mentioned, with the neighbors. It's been over a 2-year period. So we are happy to finally make it to this stage, but here to answer any questions. And again, I appreciate the opportunity.
The one thing, Mr. Chair, I forgot to mention is that this is not the last time you will see this project. It needs to come back to you for final subdivision plat approval.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Siebert and Mr. Remby. I'm going to go to a public comment. So is there anybody from the public that would like to speak in support or not in support of this project?
I'm from Las Campanas, and I would like to make a comment.
Okay, go ahead. Can you state your name for the record and be sworn in?
Hi, Mona. Could you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Okay.
My name.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Mona Shout. I live at 7 Tecolote Circle, Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I understand I'm under oath.
Thank you.
Um, I just wanted to say one thing. The homes that are 1 story, they are mainly because they're going to be built on steep slopes. I just wanted to point that out, not because of the generosity of Mr. Rimby. But what I wanted to say is, through no fault of Mr. Rimby, the buildable areas on this property are in a very heavily forested area. And also, it's going to destroy many of the trees on the property. It's stipulated by the county staff's recommendation that there's to be no mass grading, but the building footprint is going to nearly fill up these very narrow lots, as you saw in the presentation. It's not going to leave any room for the existing trees on this property. And we would like to see, as part of the reclamation plan and the special building conditions, for the applicant to replace the destroyed junipers and the piñons on the flat area of Tract B, which is the area that cannot be, that's the undevelopable area, in the required 6.4 acres of the open space. I think replacing these lost trees on Track B would also block the sewage treatment pond and the treatment plant, and it would enhance the property by doing this. And who knows, he could get more money for his homes. But I would just like to add that to my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Shope. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak in support or opposition of this case number 18-5250? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. I'm going to go to our commissioner from this district, which is Commissioner Hanson first. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Siebert. Thank you, Mona. Thank you, Mr. Rambi, for your comments. I see that there is a good area of open space that obviously will not be disturbed. Is that correct?
It's the area that principally faces the wastewater treatment plant and the roadway.
I'm sorry, you're a little muddled.
That is correct. It is the area that principally faces the wastewater treatment plant and the roadway, Las Campanas Drive.
And do you think it's possible to relocate any of these trees?
I'll leave that up to Jay to answer that one.
I can certainly try to relocate some of those trees. I mean, I'm happy to try that.
That I think that the neighbors would appreciate it, and I think that the trees would probably appreciate it also.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I do see that these are very narrow lots after seeing the description and the illustration. So, as narrow as they are, it looks like most of the houses are towards the end of those lots, or possibly on one side, they seem to fill up the whole lot. Is that kind of true?
That is correct. When I purchased this site, the design that I've provided was about 95% similar to what I included today. And And those are all the best lots in the project. So, and they were meant to be smaller lots, lock and leave condition where you're not providing a lot of land. So the whole idea is to have smaller lots closer together where you're really trying to create kind of a little more courtyard spaces. And so the design is intentional. And I would just like to respond to Mrs. Shoup comment about the 2-story concessions that I made. Has nothing to do with the slope. It really was in response to the neighbors across the golf course. And so I literally went to his house. We walked out there. He picked the areas that he thought he would want the 1-stories. And we walked every lot. We went back to his house and looked at those areas. It really has nothing to do with the slope. So I'm not sure where Mona got that information, but I just would like to make that clear.
It's in the report.
It's not that. I'm telling you, it had nothing to do with the slopes.
So this is not for a dialogue back and forth.
Sure.
Okay.
Apologize.
So thank you. And then I noticed that there's a couple larger lots, but that's in Phase B. That's the next phase. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And those are just platting lines. But yeah, those are larger lots, correct. But it's still the smaller house. The idea is the smaller house because you're up more on view lots is the idea.
And
the flat area is down.
And I'm well aware that you will have to get approval through the master HOA for everything that you do also. So with that, I would like to move to approve a conceptual plan to allow 22 residential lots to be developed in 2 phases.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson. Do I hear a second?
Second.
And a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Yeah, under discussion. Go ahead, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I just had a couple questions if I could before we do the final vote, and I'm not opposed to the project, but I did want to know, I understand that the water supply is coming from the Las Campanas community water system. Is that correct? And do they have sufficient water rights, or do they need to purchase additional water rights for this project?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, we have to get it's just like any county project on county water, we have to get what's called a ready, willing, and able letter, which we actually have received from the Las Campanas Water and Sewer Co-op, that they have sufficient capacity both for water and for sewer.
Okay, and they have the rights to that water?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. My other question is, how is this project meeting the county's affordable housing requirements?
Years ago, the Las Campanas, in fact, I believe it's when they established the Water and Sewer Co-op, paid a fee that covered all the affordable housing in Las Campanas for all of Las Campanas.
Okay, I suspected that was the case. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. And under discussion still, Commissioner Hanson, you have another question?
Yes, just in response to my fellow commissioner, each lot and each area in Las Campanas is already allotted a certain amount of water, and that was decided in the beginning 25 years ago. So there is only so much water in Las Campanas that they have, and each lot only gets, I don't know what the lots in this particular subdivision are. Are they 0.025 or?
They're, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, they're 0.25,
Yeah.
like all other lots in Santa Fe County.
Right, so this particular subdivision already been allotted a certain amount, considering they're right across the street from the sewer plant. Does that answer your questions, Commissioner Hughes? I just want to make sure you.
Yeah, that adds a little more information, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, and not seeing any other comments or questions. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go on to item number 12, and this is concluding business. Is there any announcements from the board? Okay, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved?
Second?
We have a motion by Commissioner Hamilton, a second by Commissioner Hughes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Got me on.
All righty, we're adjourned. Thank you. Have a great evening.